Are we live? Excellent. All right. Hello, everyone. 6 years. Wow. All right. Today we are celebrating 6 years of this YouTube channel, this community. It's just insane, honestly. And of course, the really, really cool news that was like, was it yesterday or 2 days ago that I hit 30,000 subscribers, which is again insane and just really good timing, isn't it? Sudanva, welcome, my friend. Welcome. All right, so for those of you who remember last year, last year I wrote a 5-minute long piece of music live. This year, it's 6 years, so I'm gonna do 6 minutes. So I've got a rough strategy, a rough idea of what I'm gonna do today. I'm nowhere near as prepared as I was last year. Last year I had like everything propped out, and you can actually buy my process for like $5 on my website that I prepared for it. But today we're going to do atmospheric music. So I've got about 3 steps that I want to do for this. All right, first we're going to start off with the soundscape. All right, find some field recordings and alter them. All right, just to create kind of like a backdrop. Once we do that, I want to create a morphing chord backdrop. And then after that, we can start working with some cool kind of like experiment with some motivic ideas and structure. All right, so yeah, this is gonna be fun. Let's start with the soundscape first. As you can see, I have literally nothing prepared. All right. Let's just start from scratch. So first, let's swap this to 60 beats per minute. A nice slow process. We can hear that. I should actually double check. Can everybody hear the piano? Can you hear the piano? Can you hear the metronome? All right, welcome everybody. Welcome. All right, let's see here. So yeah, that works. Let's find out. Pull up a calculator. So if we've got 60 BPM, that's 60 beats per minute, obviously. Let's multiply that by 6 minutes. We need 360 beats. Let's divide that by 4, because we'll stick to 4 time. We need 90 measures to get a 6-minute long piece of music. All right, so here we go. So this is what we need to fill out. All right, let's do one more. Let's break this into like a 4-chord progression, I think. So let's do 90, divide that by 4. About 22 measures per section is what we'll work with. 22, 33. Hello. Awesome. So first, Douglas, welcome. Congratulations on 6 years. I can't stick around now, but looking forward to watching later. Awesome. No worries. Thanks for stopping by. This stream is probably going to go for a while. Last year's went for like 5 or 6 hours. Hopefully this one will not go that long. But let's see here. So who all's on here? We've got the length figured out. Let's figure out what kind of field recording we want. So the soundscape, a soundscape piece of atmospheric music. Music uses recordings from real world settings as part of the backdrop to the music. All right, so we need things like, I've worked with like recordings of like a playground. You can work with like the recordings of like traffic, a sports stadium, a bonfire. Yes, 23, Detroit time already. Thank you, Sudanva. What kind of ideas do you guys think? What kind of soundscape are we thinking? Because we're gonna have to find it on YouTube. Think about like a real world setting. Like I said, in the past, I've done. Let's see here. Let's try YouTube. Crowded beach ambience. Let's try this. Let's see what this sounds like.
When it came time to take things to the next level, I knew that I had to make a website, and Wix.
What are we thinking? Does this work? Let's try bonfire. I don't know. I feel like bonfire sounds tend to be, they're nice for like background instrument, like noise, but I want something with a bit more personality, which is why I really like places with people, like playgrounds, beaches, farmers markets, stuff like that. 23 said, ooh, student of something spacey, alienish. Ooh, Xerix, or I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering your name, says steel drums. Possibly. Right now, what I want is just some background noise. I want a setting. I want a setting for the music. I want to basically, if we were to like just stop on a park bench or somewhere. Let's listen to park ambience. I like this. I just don't like the white noise they added to it. All right, so 23 says, atmospheric advice. Ryan Leach has a competition going on right now. I was going to do an atmospheric, almost ambient song for it, so this stream should be inspirational. Yes! You're going to watch me pull up with a full 6-minute long piece of music of ambient music. But yeah, so I'll be able to tackle a little bit of advice. Right now, like I said, right now we're focusing on a soundscape piece. We need 3 basic elements. We need the soundscape, which is like the background noise. We need a morphing chordal kind of background. And then we can start experimenting with some motivic ideas and stuff. We're going to go through all of this together. But right now, I like the idea of the park. But I didn't like the white noise they added. City park sounds. That's the one we just saw. Let's try this one. I kind of like this one. Assuming that music doesn't start or anything. All right, we should be good. So let's record this. All right. Hey, Flim Flammery, what's up? So right now, I am working on creating 6 minutes of atmospheric music. I've decided to do a soundscape piece. So since all of this is live, some parts are going to be a little more exciting than others. But right now, what we're going to do is we're creating a soundscape. I think I found one. Normally, I'd like to spend a little more time finding a bit more something specific. But here's the really fun part is, you know what? Do I try to download this with a sketchy third-party thing, or do I just record it with Audacity? You know what? Let's try it. Let's try the sketchy YouTube to MP3. Go. MP3. Yeah, and that is why I did it on a different screen, because there are pop-ups. And download here. And no, this is having too many pop-ups. I'm not going to do it this way. I am paranoid about getting my computer messed up. So we are going to do the slower, old-fashioned way. All right, make sure the audio is set up. Voice meter. Recording, double check. It's not picking up my voice. All right, awesome. Let's do that. We'll record. And now you can see Audacity is picking up the YouTube sounds. All right, buckle up, my friends. We are gonna be listening to this for 6 minutes. Let's do sticky notes. Let's pop this, put a note on here. "6 minutes of ambience." The New soundscape I'm making. You can chat while it records. Alright. So here we'll go. Let's pop this up. Is there a way to make this bigger? Don't think so. Anyway, so yeah. While we listen to this, anyone have any requests? Any questions? Oh, I actually have a question for you guys. So, as you probably noticed, I am currently re-uploading a lot of clips from my live streams. Just kind of going through old, because I've done like 135 live streams so far, probably more at this point. And there are a lot of good moments and lessons that just don't get seen by a lot of people I'd like to kind of share. And it's just a good way to make some more content too. So do any of you, I'm assuming if you're stopping by live stream, you've probably been at live streams before, but do any of you have specific live stream memories where you felt like you learned something a lot from a time that we were live or something? 23, so the tempo is going to be 60 BPM. All right, because since it needs to be 6 minutes long, super easy way to calculate that is just with 60 BPM, which works really well for ambience. So I said 60 beats per minute. I need it to be 6 minutes, so multiply 60 by 6. That gives me 360 beats. If I need that to be in bars of 4, it's 90 measures. So that's what I did at the beginning. And you can see that I have stretched out 90 measures long. We're going to create a little bit of, we're going to take this ambience when it's done recording. All right, we're about 2 minutes in. Once we've got 6 minutes of this recorded, I'm going to upload it to Cubase, and we'll kind of create a cool little, cool effect, a little backdrop. We'll add some reverb, we'll filter it a little bit, and then once we figure out what the chords are going to be, then we can kind of create an interesting kind of, we can tune some of the sound a little bit. We'll do some real simple, cool stuff with it. Pull up the note. But yeah, so I would love to know if any of you have any kind of like moments or favorite streams that you remember. Or favorite videos too. I don't mind like making clips from videos either in the past. I've got like 300 videos. Not all of them have a lot of good, have plenty of views, so it'd be nice to help kind of upload and get some fresh eyes on some of them. Yeah. Thank you everybody, thank you. Don't forget to like the stream. How do I make this text bigger? Is there a way to make the text bigger? I feel like there should be. Alright, we are 3 minutes in. We're about halfway there. Like I said, we're going to get 6 minutes. And then we'll upload it to Cubase. So the reason why I picked this one, instead of the other ones that we checked out, is like a bonfire is cool. Waves are cool. But honestly, for me, what's really big is like the sound of the birds, and especially the kids playing. The kids playing have a very random nature to it that make it very clear that this isn't a loop. It's very easy to loop sounds like waves, or very easy to loop bonfires. It's a little harder to loop people, all right? Because every once in a while, you get a little snatch of like a phrase, or a word, or someone says something, or shouts something, or you get a little bit of attitude. And it just gives a sense of novelty and this feeling of like an actual like clip from life kind of thing. So that's why I typically like to work with soundscapes like this. Anytime I'm working with stuff like this, I prefer something just taken from, like I said, with people. So whether it's like a baseball game, or you look up like festival music, like a family fall festival kind of thing, where you just got like little rides going on, you got people laughing, having a good time. You could even try like a dinner. If you try to find like a wedding reception ambience or something. Just something where there are people in it. Personally, I find that gives it a lot more life. A lot more novelty to it. All right, 1 more minute. 1 more minute and we'll have what we need. Let's see here. Anybody got questions? That's the downside, is not all parts of writing a full piece of music live are good cinematic value. Some of them are going to be a little boring, but that's okay. Almost there, 30 more seconds. Thank you for your patience. Excuse me. I'm drinking my caffeine, obviously. All right, only a couple more seconds. 15 seconds. Xerix, I'm new to your channel. I was wondering what goes through a mind when you're composing an ambient. What would make composing it interesting, not a mundane series of chords pieced together? Ah! All right, that is an incredible, wonderful question, my friend. So, one of the things, let's do a couple more seconds. There we go. So one of the things you have to keep in mind when making ambient music is that it's not meant to take the front, it's not meant to take the foreground. Ambient. Park noises. We'll just save it to the desktop. So a lot of what makes ambient music interesting is the way that it evolves over time. It's the actual sound itself. We'll minimize that. Exit that. Import audio file. Desktop. Let's bring this in. And so as we go through this entire process, you're going to see all the things that I consider, all the things that I come up with. And for this project, I have basically 3 basic steps. There's going to be a lot of smaller steps in between, but 3 basic steps for creating the kind of track I'm writing today. Step number 1 is going to be creating my ambient backdrop. All right. Step number 2 is going to be creating kind of the morphing chord pads, because you do want some variety, but you want it to be very, very subtle. All right. So here we have our ambient idea. Let's see. It's about a 21, minus 21. Let's add 10 decibels. Give us a little something to work with. And now let's add a filter. EQ. I'm gonna filter that a little bit. Let's hear how this sounds with and without the filter. So right now, let's actually type this stuff out. All right. Okay. All right. So first thing we're gonna do, find some field recordings to give my music a location. All right. Now what we're doing is filter out some of the lower frequencies to create the illusion of distance. All right, so lots of sounds that come from a very far distance. The lower frequencies move slower. Lower sounds have slower wavelengths. Those slower wavelengths have less energy than higher frequencies, so they aren't going to travel as far. That's why higher pitches tend to travel much, much farther than lower pitches. At least that's my understanding of it. I could be wrong. If I am, please explain to me. Call me out. But this is my understanding of it. So to create a sound, the illusion that a sound is coming from further away, you can try and filter out some of those lower frequencies. So what we're doing right now is we can hear what it sounds like without the frequencies muffled. And then if we pull it up, you hear very subtle. Bring these down just a little bit. You know what? Let's do a hard cut. Try to get rid of some of that lower buzz. You can hear that? At that low end. I want to get rid of some of that. Well, right there. I will come back to this in a bit, because we'll experiment a little bit here and there, and we can probably actually bring some of that back down a little bit. I don't need to have the gain quite that strong. I'd say about like a -15 total. Would be good. So yeah, -19, that's about good. Now let's add a bit of reverb. So reverb, apply a bit of reverb to create another, an illusion of space. All right, so there's a couple different things with reverb. A very quick build on. Reverb is an effect. Well, reverb plugins. Reverb is a quality of a sound. Reverb plugins mimic the impact that a space has on your sound. So anytime you are living in a space, like a room, open space, what have you, there are two types of sound. In fact, let's pull up the visual aids, shall we? Go to Tabletop Composer. Let's go to the blog. Where is it? I made these little doodles a long time ago, and they have just come in so handy for these live streams. All right, so this blog post, Mastering Digital Spaces for Realistic Music, Essential Mic Positioning, Panning, and Reverb Techniques, is an article taken from one of my ebooks, and you can find this one for free. We're going to talk about reverb. So anytime you're in a room, there are three distinct waves of sound that are going to hit you. The first one is called direct sound. All right, this is sound that goes directly from the source to your ears. It doesn't hit any other sound. It doesn't hit any walls, doesn't hit any obstacles. It goes straight from the source. Those sound waves go uninterrupted to your ears. That's the first wave of sound. That's the direct sound. Everything else is reverb. All right, reverberations. The first one, the first wave of reverb is called early reflections. These are the waves that bounce off a couple surfaces, maybe one or two, nothing too crazy. They bounce off a couple surfaces and then they hit your ears. Now, because they bounced off a couple surfaces, the sound waves are going to change a little bit, all right? They're probably going to lose some of the higher frequencies. They're going to lose some of their energy, but it's going to happen so quickly that it's not going to sound all that different. Then we have what's called the tail. The tail consists of all the sound waves that bounce off a bunch of different surfaces before eventually hitting your ear. A lot of people mistake the tail as being an echo. It's not an echo. It's kind of a general wash of sound. So when you have this in mind, you can understand that there are three primary elements to most reverb plugins. First is your mix. The mix is how much of your sound is direct versus reverb. All right, the direct sound, the sound that goes straight from the source to your ears, is called the dry signal. This is the signal that has no reverb applied. Then the reverb, or all the early reflections and the tail combined, are known as the wet signal. This is the reverb. All right? So what mix does, mix imitates how far your source is from you. All right, so how far away are you? If you are in a hall, we have our little friend over here. Let's say this is a huge hall. We got our little guy over here and he's talking. There's a lot of space, so there's a lot more time for the sound waves to hit a bunch of other surfaces, especially if it's a very big space. So relatively fewer direct waves are going to hit you. The farther those sound waves have to travel, the better the chance that they're going to bounce off other things, including other sound waves, before they actually hit your ears. So with mix, the higher your mix, the farther away your source. So going back to our field recordings, with round, let's try experimenting. We'll hear a very low mix and see what this sounds like. All right, not a lot of space. Most of this is direct signal. Let's increase to about 50% and see how it sounds now. All right, sounds a bit bigger now. Let's try bigger. Ooh. This is a very, very wet signal. Let's see. And the cool thing about this is this one, this little knob here, at least on Realm, some plugins, each plugin is different. Some of them will have a bit of a weirder kind of impact. where you'll hear the sound change. So for example, on realm, we'll hear this on size. You hear that kind of riser effect when I change the size? We don't want to have that kind of effect just yet. But that brings us to our next parameter. All right, our next parameter for most reverb plugins is something called size, which it imitates how large your room is. All right, in other words, it controls how long your tail lasts. All right, so size, as the name suggests, eventually your sound waves are going to bounce off so many surfaces that they lose so much energy that you can't actually hear them anymore. Now, the cool thing is the bigger your space, the longer it takes for those sound waves to bounce off. So this is a massive hall. It's going to take longer for this little line to travel 50 feet than if this little line is like 5 feet. All right. Or we'll say meters. All right. We'll say like if this line is 1 meter, it's going to take much less time for the sound waves to bounce off a room that's like 3 meters wide by 5 meters long than it is going to have to bounce off a bunch of things of, say, like a 40 by 60 meter large room. All right, massive hall. I don't know if that's massive or not. I'm American. All right, I'm going to be honest. I don't know what a meter is. All right, my reference point is feet. All right, which sounds weird when I say it like that, but that's what it is. All right, so basically, the bigger the room, the more time it's going to take for the sound waves to travel and bounce off enough surfaces to actually die out. The smaller the room, the less time that's going to take. All right, so you can imitate how large of a space you want through your size. So let's experiment. Let's say we're going to go with the 75%. We want a super wet signal. And we want a decently large space. Let's do 60. You hear that? That's probably a good, better example. So if my size is down all the way, you can hear how wet the signal is, but the moment I pause, it dies out pretty quickly, right? Now watch if I crank it up. Nope, that's not what's happening. And that's because I messed up. I was forgetting. So size, realm actually has, this particular plugin has 2 controls. So decay is playing this traditional role of size. It has 2 knobs. One performs manipulates, so it's a very detailed plugin. But so in realm, the traditional size knob is actually their decay. So let's listen to this down here. No decay. 200 seconds decay. Pause. It's not playing. That's all reverb. It's all tail. Freaky, right? All right, so let's do a 3-second tail, shall we? That tends to be a pretty nice, decent amount. So, like I said, in most basic reverbs, the size does control how large your room is and how long, and that means how long your tail is. Some of the reverbs, like realm is a very powerful reverb, you will see that it has multiple controls for the same basic parameter. So the decay determines how big the tail is, whereas the size determines how the sound waves behave within the tail. All right, we can also have things such as diffusion, which is how quickly do the initial sounds kind of become tail sounds. It's a whole thing. This is why you want to read the manual when you work with a reverb plugin. Now, the last one we'll talk about today, before I start chatting and looking at the chat and comments and stuff, is going to be color, which determines what type of room you're in. All right, so we talked about how the sound waves are bouncing off the walls. That's what reverb is. It imitates this effect. The color determines whether that room is filled with soft surfaces or hard surfaces. All right, because if it's a hard surface, more of the sound wave is going to bounce off. All right, so a hard surface has a much more obvious Like a room with lots of hard walls, hardwood floors. Basically a room like the one I'm in right now before I added a bunch of treatment, and I still have a lot more to do. Has a lot of hard surfaces. So when I talk, my voice bounces off easier and there's more of a reverb. However, if it's a room with a couch and a nice area rug, like the one I have that you guys can't see, and some sound paneling like I have behind the camera that you can't really see, a lot of soft surfaces will absorb more of those higher frequency sounds. And it'll make your reverb a lot more subtle. It won't completely remove it unless you've got some crazy treatment going on, but it's going to reduce how obvious it is. So with different modules, again, different plugins have different effects. So some of the things that Realm has is like diffusion, or they have a modulation that adds a bit of a chorusing effect to the mix. You can do low cut and high cut also tend to be very, very common. How, let's see, let's remove some of the high signals from our reverb, shall we? A little low pass filter. So if we go all the way up, we can hear what the reverb itself sounds like. This is entirely tail. This is no direct sound. I kind of like that. All right. And there we go. We have our ambient backdrop, right? Now let's add a little bit of modulation to this. Modulation just means changes over time. When you talk about sound design, synth, stuff like that, modulation data is basically just data that changes over time. So the amount of our mix, for example, I want to change that over time. Let's see here, but let's check the comments real quick. 23, favorite moments from the streams. When you share lists of things like the 9 aspects to music you did last time, or when you listed the aspects of cinematic drums compared to orchestral drums and rock. Ooh, those are fun ones too. I'll have to do, I did a live stream about that, like the different approaches to percussion. I have to try and chop that one down. I wrote those lists down and refer to them all the time. I love charts. Yes, so do I. Good. I'm glad someone else is benefiting from my neurodivergence. Dissonance. My favorite video is Orchestration 101, foreground versus background. Writing for strings is the next. Ooh, those are good ones. Those are old videos too. I'm glad you like them. Not a lot of people watch those videos because they're so old. So I'm really glad that you're finding them useful. 23, you sound like my dad. I don't understand metrics in American. Yes, I'm American. Yeah. So I understand metrics. So a common misunderstanding is that Americans don't use the metric system at all. So actually, all of our sciences work with metric systems. So if you study chemistry, if you study medicine, if you study anything like that, everything is measured in the metric system. So I should say anything academic, we use the metric system. Where we don't use the metric system tends to be daily life. So if I'm telling like my friends say, hey, where's the closest donut shop? I know where the closest donut shop is because I'm a fiend for donuts. They are the one thing I can't say no to. I love donuts. I freaking love them. I have a friend who says that my ADHD stands for attention deficit hey donuts. All right, which makes me laugh. But that's a tangent because of my ADHD. But anyway, so I would say it's a mile up the street. All right, it's a mile that way. All right, it's a mile west. That's my daily life. I wouldn't say how many kilometers. If I said I was going to go for a race, I would say I'm doing a 5K. I'm doing a 5-kilometer run. All right, so anything academic, anything competitive. So like a lot of sports will use kilograms instead of pounds. But if it's basic kind of like just life, we tend to use other systems. Like when I'm cooking, I use cups and teaspoons and tablespoons and all that stuff. And the reason why is because it's just kind of the cultural impact. All right, most of us, when we learn recipes, we learn with the cultural impact of just kind of like the measuring cups. All right, that's what we're used to with cups and whatnot. But if it's anything academic, if it's anything serious, then yeah, we use the metric system. That's just a common misunderstanding. Let's see here. Tamashi, welcome, my friend. Awesome, glad you could make it. Lingo fan, greetings and congrats for 30,000. Thank you very much. Yes, this is not the 30,000. This is 6 years that we are celebrating. But I am very excited about 30,000. There will be a special stream for that as well. So we'll see where that goes. But I want to try and figure this stuff out first. Flum Flammery, my favorite is your video on functional harmony. That video helped kickstart me. That's awesome. Thank you. I love hearing that. I get so freaking excited when I hear people say that my videos helped them get started. Because this is such a personal and incredible part of my life, music, and just kind of sharing these things on YouTube. And so it's surreal when I find out that people discovered something they're passionate about, or that they felt like they were given autonomy or the ability to actually do something with something that they are passionate about because of my videos. It gives me a lot of what my abuelito would say. It gives me animo, it gives me spirit, it gives me heart to keep going. Yes, and thank you. Yes, and 6 years. Thank you, Lingo. So let's see here. So we've broken down reverb. So we've pretty much applied the soundscape. So we'll do step 1 of the soundscape. Last one that we're gonna do is apply modulation data to create a morphing sound. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. The mix. Let's start with the mix data first. All right. Well, let's start with the volume first. And we don't need to do full volume. Let's do... Is there a way... Well, I want to make that a little more gradual. I thought there was a way to make that less gradual. All right, so we'll do volume first. Reading and writing. Turn that down here. And then over here, we'll have this up to as close to 0 I can get. Delete that, and we'll create a gradual fade in for the volume. All right, so we've got our backdrop. And then something else I like to do. Let's do more. Let's go to our inserts. Let's go to realm. Let's do mix. So let's start with 0% mix down here. And then by here, let's have our 75% mix. Let's see how it sounds after 75. And we'll pull up realm so we can watch as this happens. You can watch the mix happening. All right. That's good. Now let's gradually apply the filters as well. Let's see here. We'll go to more. We'll go to inserts. Go to frequency. Which bands was I using? Dang it. Let's remember. So for frequencies, we used band number 1 and band number 8. And we're using frequency. All right. Let's do this. More insert. Frequency, band number 1. We'll do frequency. We'll do measure 3. We'll have measure 4. Have measure 4. Let's see how this sounds. And we'll again pull up our EQ so we can watch it happen in real time. All right, so there we go. We got that. Let's do the second one, which is band number 8. Let's see here. We had a quick jump. Let's delete that. Go drag that over. To do one more. And then we can change this. We'll add some more morphing qualities to it, depending on what we have. This is entirely live, so it's probably not going to be the most... it's not going to be the most detailed or artistic piece I've ever written. But it should be good enough to just, have some fun. And hopefully learn a few things along the way. All right, so now let's pull up our EQ and we will listen once more to our morphing. Oh, nope. I made a mistake. That should be all the way up here. There we go. There we go. Ooh, I like that. It kind of snaps into place with the sound of that bell. Let's try the mix on the reverb just a little higher. Let's try an 85% mix, or close to 85% mix. Watch realm again. Watch the mix knob. That's what we're working with. All right, we'll have the high cut be up as well. All right, what's going on here? How do I... Why is it... Why is this one... Redo. Why is this one? Huh. Why can I not undo? Something's going on here. Cubase is acting up, people. All right, we're going to save real quick. Anniversary stream. We're going to save. We're going to exit out of Cubase. And then we'll reopen it. Here's the little doodles from the reverb discussion there. And while we wait for this to reopen, I will check the comments. 23, can't believe I've been watching since that first Ghibli Chord video. Really? That was years ago. Really? Wait, which one? Like, you're talking about the Ghibli video playlist. Which those were better, or like the original where I have all those music theory mistakes. But for whatever reason, it's my most popular video. That's insane. That's actually something I would love to know. How long have people on this channel, like how long have you guys been following me? Do you know? Let's see here. Let's listen to this real quick. Okay. There we go. So I like that. I like where we're at with that. Let's bring this down a little bit. Let's try 7. Let's find 6 kilohertz. About 6 kilohertz. Let's see if I can do that. You know what? Let's make the low frequencies a bit sharper, a bit steeper with how that happens. Because I don't like the lower frequency. Better yet, instead of starting with no low-pass filter, let's have the low-pass filter start around 600, shall we? Or not 600, about 100 hertz. Probably 70. Much better, in my opinion. We're spending way too much time on this, though. Let's keep moving on, shall we? Let's do harmony. Let's do some cool stuff with harmony. Because we're not done with this soundscape yet. We'll come back to it. But let's do some cool harmony stuff first. And actually, let's chop this up, actually. And have it start right off the bat. Excellent. All right, let's check the comments real quick. Let's see here. 6 years. My favorite is your video on functional harmony. It's like, sometimes that's people. Yep. Compliment 23 on knowing the channel that long. Do some kind of collab with the violin guy. Tabletop. Who's violin guy? Some Flammery. Let's look up violin guy. Honestly, I need to start doing more. I need to start doing more collabs.
Hi, I'm David, but most people know me as the violin guy. You might have seen me from a few videos that look like this.
They're calling it a viola. That's a government psyop. Those don't exist.
News tonight as a man has been murdered over a violin. Or the time I took colors and turned them into music.
Alright.
I just passed 75,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I have more music on the way, along with tons of violin and music content planned for you. So I think it's about time I introduce myself.
These seems really cool. I'd love to do collabs with them. Yeah, if you guys have people that you'd like me to try and reach out to and collaborate with, let me know. Because I do need to start doing more stuff. I really, really do. Let's see here. The Monster Explorers. Hey, Table, what are you up to today? Congrats on 6 years. Thank you. This is it, my friend. I am doing a live stream. I went to the gym earlier. I ate just before this, and now I'm making some atmospheric music and responding to comments. It's a pretty good day, right? Tamashi, so are you going to stream until you finish this piece? Pretty much. Yeah, last year the stream lasted about 6 hours. I'm hoping this one won't last that long, but we'll see. Debraj Day, congrats, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Very excited. 6 years and 30,000 subscribers around the same time, which is insane. Yes, the number 30K is looking good indeed, Tamashi. Dylan, congrats on 6 years. Thank you, my friend. Lingo fan. Lingo's been here for 3+ years. Wow. Man, it's crazy to think how long some of you guys have been around here with me. From Flamber, been around for about a year. And that sounds about right. You've been a regular on the streams. I remember you showing up. Because I remember you mentioning, wasn't it your piano teacher who introduced you to my channel? Which I think is really, really, really cool. Let's see here. Let's see, 23 now was like your third video. I just looked up after the last live stream because I was curious when I started watching. I was going hardcore looking through YouTube for all the music knowledge. That is impressive. If you found my channel like when I was like less than 1,000 subscribers, that's insane. You really must have been doing some deep diving. Lingo was actually here for my lizard character theme videos. Those were fun. That was the first live stream. So I took a subscriber's D&D character and wrote a theme for him. I have come a very long way skill-wise since those days. Because I just learned about the circle of fits and modes, so I was addicted to learning more. That's awesome. There's always something. There's always something that brings it up. Like that triggers your interest in music theory. Inviction, welcome, my friend. Welcome. All right. Let's move on to step 2, shall we? So step 1 that we just did, we created a very basic soundscape. All right, found a cool field recording off YouTube, ripped it off shamelessly using Audacity. Filtered out some of the low frequencies to add a bit of illusion of distance. Took out some of the high frequencies as well. Added some reverb to create some space. So we had a crash course on what reverb is. And then we added some modulation data to create a morphing sound, to have it gradually transform. We can watch all of these things impact the sound. Let's pull this over and we'll break that a bit. And so you can watch, we can hear as this transforms. And then we probably will add more modulation data as it goes on. But just to give an idea of the impact of all the stuff we've done, this is what it sounds like with these 2 plugins. This is what the original sounds like. Nice little subtle but impactful effects. So now let's do something cool with the chords, shall we? Now I have an idea in my head. Since this is a gradual morphing idea, I want to have just a very simple chord progression. Something with lots of chord tones involved. Like common tones. And I want to just gradually, over a very painfully long period of time, transform. Something like that. All right. Let's see. Let's figure out how long this is going to be, though. Because we need 90 minutes. Let's see here. So first, let's create a guide to creating a morphing chord backdrop. Atmospheric music tends to work with very simple harmony. Focus is more on sound than function. All right. So if you've seen other videos I've done, one very valid way to approach it is to just find a single chord and you just hold that same chord through the entire piece of music. And then where you get interesting parts is more about where different voices enter and exit, the different quality of sounds you have, panning involved, fade-ins, crossfades, all kinds of cool stuff that we're going to do. But this is going to be a 6-minute piece of music. All right, so let's pull up our calculator. So we have 60 beats per minute times 60 minutes is 6 minutes is 360 beats. Divide that by 4 because it's 4/4 time. We have 90 measures. Let's divide that into 4. That's 22 and a half measures. All right, so let's say the first 2 measures are going to be kind of the intro. Then after that, every 22 measures, we're going to change our chord. All right. Let's do here. We will say first 2 measures, measures 1 and 2. And then we'll do 24. Measure 24 would bring us there. So then we'll repeat this. 4 chords. I think I said I liked the idea of having an A minor. What was it? A minor, gradually morphing into D major, which I like that. And then B diminished. Then back to A minor again. It's going to be a very slow moving idea. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to voice my chords first. I'm going to voice them to see what I like, and then we'll worry about assigning instruments. Because I have some cool new sound libraries I want to try. And then it was B diminished. And then it was A minor. So let's see here. Let's pull up a sound library that I plan to use. I have Venus Theory. Really, really, really cool dude. Amazing channel. I liked the alt strings. Venus Theory has a lot of really, really cool sound libraries. I'm going to load alt strings real quick, if my computer will let me. And while we do this, let's see what kind of... Thank you, Vinviction. Happy 6 years indeed. So here we have our chord progression. So that's the basic progression we're going to do. And we're going to stretch it out across 6 minutes, which is going to be crazy. So since we don't have time as an element for helping us figure out like how to make this interesting, I want to make sure each individual chord voicing sounds interesting in and of itself. So one thing we could do is try open voicing. I like that. All right, so let's try voicing this first. We'll try. No, that's not what I did. It was what did I just do? That's what it was. And we're not going to worry about voicing, about like voice leading. We're just going to... Atmospheric music isn't about proper music theory. It's sound is king. A lot of the more modern genres, their whole thing is sound is king. If it sounds cool, do it. Doesn't matter what the music theory says. Music theory can be very helpful for figuring stuff out. There we go. It was F down here. So this is going to be our chord progression. Stretched out over a very long period of time. And let's create a bass line as well. Well, we'll create a pedal point, actually. Now, if you want this library, it is Alt Strings. Go to Venus Theory. This dude right here, incredible channel, incredible musician, YouTuber, wonderful human being. Check out, yeah, just a whole bunch of really cool sound libraries on here. We gotta enter a password. I'm not sure. Just go to his website. So I imagine this is for when you purchase them. Just go to venustheory.com. There you go. Store. Here we go. This is where we are. Sample packs, courses, samples. Really cool dude. Really cool stuff. The one I am working with right now is, where is it? Around here somewhere. It's on here somewhere. You have to find it. Instruments, maybe that's it. Strands, Solaris, analog. It's on here somewhere. This is one we're going to be organic cinematic textures. We'll be working with that. It's on here somewhere. Lots of cool libraries. Check them out. We got to stick to the music though. The one I am working with that you can see on Decent Sampler is Alt Strings. So let's pull this up. Let's put this down here. All right. Awesome. So it sounds the way I want it. But we're going to need to try this up a little bit. So pad A1. All right. So the top line, I'm going to hit Alt and drag down. We're going to focus on this top line first. I want to try and take a C. So we can pitch shift. You can hear that. Can I get down to an A though? I want to move down there. So I can go a major second. Let's see if there is a way to get into the instrument. This is the pitch wheel. Is there a way to change that? Does anyone know if there's a way to pitch shift? To change what the pitch shift can do. I'm not as if this were Contact, I could do it. Anyone who's very familiar with pitch range. Ah, here we go. 3 semitones. So this is C, this is A. Now I want to put the pitch shift down and see if I can. Good, 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 good. That is exactly what I wanted. All right. All right, so what we're going to do here is start here. We will go 4 measures in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Starting on measure 7, we will start to gradually pitch shift. Let's see here. Where is the pitch shift? Dang. Oh, I know where it is. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Pitch bend. Here we go. No pitch bend here. Start up here. And down here will be all the way down. We're going to connect these two. And we're going to hear how this is going to be a very gradual transformation. No. That's on me. I forgot that the pitch shift goes up and down. So let's see. Measure 1, 2, 3, 4. We want 7. So we want, what's the maximum? Maximum is 8077. So let's find out what half of that is. 8077 divided by 2 is 4038. Let's build this up a little bit. You know what? Actually, this is neutral, isn't it, right here? That's very handy that they did that. All right. I swear, every once in a while, I feel very stupid. And that's okay. Nothing wrong with being stupid. As long as you're working on getting smarter and getting better, right? You're trying your best. Where am I? All right, here. So 25 is where I want to be. Delete these. Now let's listen to it. Ooh, there we go. Gradually morphing to that A. Keep going, keep going. All right, so we're getting there. We're getting there. It's good. So then I want it to move back up to B. So what's this lowest value? What's the lowest value is minus 8192. So then if we have 8192 as our maximum volume value for this, we divide that by 3. And then we multiply that by 2. Then so we want about minus 2,730 is where we want this to be. To get back to B. So let's see here. Let's do that again. So we need to go up 2 half steps. If our maximum value of 8,192, this is our maximum value, 8,192. So each half step is going to be 2,730 half steps value. So that's each half step. So I need that by 2. So then that's, yeah, so we want a negative 2,730 will be 1 half step back from where we were. So value is close-ish. I don't know if we're going to be able to do an exact. Maybe if I try using the shift button, that sometimes helps. That's about as close as we're going to get. And then we want 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 measures in. Two, 7. There we go. So then that is a B. Let's see what pitch it tells us. Tools. Good. Yeah, B. We're exactly where I want to be. But that might be because it was playing a B. Let's see what this says. It says it's a C. I don't want it to be a C. But then, what is it with the pitch band all the way up here? Alright, so maybe I just needed to have the actual data loaded. Alright, so it's at a B. We're good, we're good. Alright, so then we need to move it back down again. We'll take measure 4. We'll go 4 measures in and then we'll drop it down. Alright. And then we'll wait, we'll tune this. Good, 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 good. Whoa, 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 what was that? Oh, I forgot to mute the A. All right, we got it. Close enough. Let's add a little bit of a filter here. Not a filter, EQ. Get rid of some of that lower room tone. All right. This is going to be a little bit, people. All right. It's going to be a little bit, but it's going to be so cool. I hope. All right. It could also just be that this is going to be terrible. And I'm going to hate myself because I spent so much time on it. But that's part of the music. All right. It's part of the process. Let's do pad A2. You know what? Oops. Take this down. And so it's still pad A, meaning this is our first pad. We are going to do multiple pads. But 2, because it's line number 2. Take this. And then we need this to go down 2 half steps. See here, pitch bend. And then the lowest value again, if you'll remember, was what, 8192? 8192, yes. So 8192, we'll put this one here. Put the value at 0. And then we needed, where's the calculator? So 8192. Divided by 3, multiply that by 2. So we need about negative 5461. Oops. Negative 6450. What was it? Why do I keep exiting out of the calculator? 8192 divided by 3. So each half step is that many. Multiply that by 2. We need 5461. And we need that over here. 5461. Minus 5461. And then we needed this to be first 4 measures. We need to connect these 2 dots. We'll say, let's make it easier. Events. There we go. Now let's listen to these 2 morph together. Let's hear it with the background. Oops. So we'll see if this is actually, I don't know, what we'll see. So let's stretch this one out. We'll mute these. And then we need it to be, oh, dang it. This one needs to go from an E to a C, which is 4. 4 half steps. So let's go into our sampler, change that real quick. Oops. Preferences, where was it? Where did I find it? Instrument settings, here we go. 4 percent. So let's see what people are saying. What's good, man? So Dunva, I love that you give stuffs to people for free, and the depth of the materials are great, and so is your teaching style. Thank you very much. Learn something new with every rewatch of your videos. That's awesome. Thank you. That makes me feel very happy. 23. LOL, I just installed at least 3 Venus Theory VSTs to use in my ambient track as well. Yes, the dude is awesome. Go check out his channel. I can't imagine that you would be on my channel if you didn't know about his. His is way bigger. But awesome, awesome dude. And he's apparently been a subscriber of the channel for years, which is insane. Flamflamery, thanks for stopping by, my friend. Dylan, open voicing is just moving the notes around as we see fit. So open voicing has a specific term. So open voicing, a closed voicing means that you don't skip any notes. So A minor, you have an A, the next note in the chord is C, and the next note is E. Open voicing means that, yeah, you've spaced them out a little bit, that you've skipped some notes. So there's a C in the middle here that we've skipped. There's an A over here that we've skipped. Whereas E is leaving a little more open space is what that is. So now that we are doing, so this one, let's pull up the calculator. 8192 divided by 4 times 2. So this is going to be 496, 4096. Say. Go, now let's connect these dots. And then over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, we want 4. Come all the way down. What happened? What happened? All right, there we go. So then, get line number 3. This is pad A3. Delete the top 2 lines. What's the range between here? A to E. So we need a perfect 4th, which is 5. No, that's 6, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's 5. So let's go back to our instrument. File, instrument, settings. Pitch bend does 5 half steps. Now we'll do, so again, start with 0. And then, so if we have our calculator again, see, it was 8192. Divide that by 5 half steps. So if we need to move down 1, 2, 3, then this first one needs to be negative 4915. Negative 4915, right? Yep, negative 4195. And we will create the bridge between these two. And then this one down here only needs to go down 1. So what was it? So it was 8192 divided by 5. And then it was, so 47, so we need plus 47, 87. Oh, 1 second. So, you know, let's just figure it out. So A to F, we need to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So 81, 92 divided by 5 times 4. We need negative 65, 53. It's 65, 53. We'll do 4 in before we start changing. And then we need to come in and we need to go all the way down. So let's listen to this real quick, shall we? See what our drones sound like with the ambience. All right, so Sudanva, excellent question. What are we trying to do with all the pitch shifting? I have 4 chords that I am using throughout this entire thing as my chord progression for 6 minutes. So as a way, as a method for keeping things interesting, rather than have every single chord play one after the other, what I'm doing is I am gradually transforming one chord into the next. So rather than have, say, this chord, my A minor, my open A minor, rather than this just being held for like a minute and a half, I'm having it very gradually transform into this. And who knows, maybe we'll change the speed of the pitch shift. But right now I want to hear this. So you can follow along with the pitch shift along here. You know what? Yeah, I think this shift happens too slow. Let's, rather than have it be 4 bars in, let's have it be 4 bars out. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Here, I'll have it happen here. That happen, and then we'll have fix this one. Fix this one. Now let's just do it. All right, so something we will do eventually. Let's start here. Let's make sure it matches with the piano real quick. Make sure everything got pitch shifted correctly. Yep, sounds like it did. I don't know. I feel like do you guys think that's too quick? All right, too slow. What if we moved that to just 2 bars instead of 4? Let's try like 2 bars. $23 to $25. Or we just did 2 measures instead. With the piano. I kind of like that better. And then this last line, I think to help, the bass line or the lowest voice won't use pitch shift. We'll just have each one land to help emphasize a little bit the start of a new chord. Hey, Steven's World, how's it going? All right, what's your dare? What are you thinking? Let's jump ahead a little bit. Sneak in as many synths as you can. We'll see, we'll see. I want to try and keep things a little simple. All right, so we've got this first one because we've still got a lot of steps left to go. So then the last 2 here, we want. Again, we're gonna turn all these pitch shifts into just 2-bar ideas instead of having them happen through the whole phrase. I think I liked the idea of pitch shifting for an entire phrase, but it was a bit ambitious. Let's do this. There we go. Go. And let's shorten this one. It's 2 bars. This one is 2 bars. This one taken care of. that one taken care of. Get this one taken care of. There we go. Make sure everything is entered correctly. All right. Little zany, little wacky. We've got our pads. Let's start adding a little more depth to this now. Shall we? We've got the basic idea. Let's see here. Steven's Road, what's this for? This is for fun. This is for 6-year anniversary. I'm just writing a piece of music live. So last year, for 5 years, we did a 5-minute long piece of orchestral music live. I think it was like a 6-hour stream. This time, we are doing a 6-minute piece of ambient music. So right now, we are on step 2. We already talked about creating the soundscape, which is what we got up there. Now we've got the reverb. We applied the reverb to that as well, so we talked about reverb and how that works. And now we're working with very simple harmony that focuses more on sound than function. So we created 4 chords. Typically, it would have been fine to just pick a simple 1-chord idea. But I decided it's a 6-minute piece. Let's have it gradually morph to different chords. That's how we came up with this chord progression. That's the chord progression. And rather than, we could do a couple things. We could just repeat the same idea over and over again, which doesn't sound that bad. But I came up with the incredibly stupid and difficult idea of let's just stretch out these 4 chords across 6 minutes and have it gradually transform. So now what we are going to do is we're going to double this, all of it, with the string patch. And then let's see here. Let's say pad 2. Pad B1. Pitch bend is on 3. Where's the pitch? How do I? Here I was talking mad crap earlier about how I know contact better. Let's see here. Let's Google it, shall we? Contact. How to set pitch bend. We go to multi-rec view, select the options tab. Under PB pitch bend range, drag down and up notch to it. Alright, so pitch bend, let's see here. Let's see here, options, where is it? Multi-rack view. Multi-rack view. see here. Has it really been this long since I've actually gone into Cubase? Let's see here. Actually, you want to edit, go to the group editor. Click edit, I'll go to the source tab. All right, so here we go. Group editor. Select all groups. Edit all groups. Highlight all of that. Go to source tab. Where's the source tab? Source tab, here we go. And then let's see here. And I'll go source tab. If there's no pitch bend manager, create one. All right. Effect. Modulation, no utilities. Not filters, EQs, dynamics, no. Amps. I want a pitch bend. All right, here we go. This pitch bending idea I had is going to be a lot trickier than I thought. Dylan, that seems very long. How do you plan to create variations for a phrase of that length? Excellent question. So, in ambient music, the variation comes in different ways. So rather than have the variation come through melodic ideas or harmonic ideas, the variation is going to come through timbre. So what I'm doing right now is I'm setting up a second pad so that we can gradually, even though they're playing the same idea, I'm going to set up like 3 or 4 different sounds, different synths playing each chord. And over time, they will gradually morph in and out of each other to create the illusion of a gradually transforming instrument playing each of these chords to create more of an interesting atmosphere, as the genre says, rather than, say, like a tune. Anybody remember? Anybody know? Add modulator. Here we go. Pitch bend. Here we go. Pitch bend. Then how do I set this? Detect the vehicle. All right, so let's see here. Dang, still not working. Still not working. You know what? Maybe I'm doing this the wrong way. What if instead of a Spitfire library that does not have pitch bend, I've got other libraries. Let's see which libraries I have do have pitch bend. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's a way easier solution. All right, so what was this one set to? This one was set to pitch bend of 3 half steps. So that's what we'll do for this one. Oops. No. Let's see here. Pitch bend. Is there a way to cut off pitch bend? That's the mics. Let's go under the hood. Group editor, source, pitch bend, tracking. No. You know, let's just hear what it sounds like. If these two track, we should be good. No, they aren't tracking the same type of pitch bend. Let's see here. Is there a way to control the pitch? This pitch bend thing might just, it was a cool idea. We might have to abandon it though. Or I think it was a cool idea. It might just not be worth all the trouble. What are you guys thinking? Do you think we should keep with the pitch bend or no? Let's see, we can try a different library. We can always add some effects to make it sound more interesting. What are y'all guys thinking? No, don't. Okay, so don't do. Okay, so wait. Okay, so you like it. You like the pitch bend. All right. All right, it's worth it. It's worth it. All right, I'll keep going then. As long as you guys aren't getting bored. All right, that's the main thing here. Here we go. Transpose key range. Pitch bend range. All right. There we go. That should fix it. Good, 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 good. All right, so that should do it. Let's drop the sound on this one. We'll use this to add a bit more body. Oh, you know what? What am I doing? So let's duplicate. Let's add another one. Because of the factory library string ensemble. Pad B2. What was A2 set to for our instrument settings? 4 semitones. So we need this to be 4 semitones. To the top. Let's add one more. Then we will listen to it from the top, and then we'll start morphing the sounds a bit more. Pad B4. Drop this one down about 6 decibels as well. Let's listen to it from the top, shall we? And then we can try changing things up a little bit. Ooh. Steven's World, that's a good idea. Same thing. see how it sounds with the pitch shift. That sounds. Oh, good. So you like it. See what the next pitch shift sounds like. I like that. Let's see what happens if I drop this an octave lower. I'm gonna stop playing, but... So let's speed up a little bit. All right, that's growing on me. That's growing on me. So, obviously, we're going to have to filter all these. We're going to add some reverb to them as well. But now let's focus on the morphing part. Because we got the pitch shift, we got the basic idea. Now we've got a very string-heavy part. Let's try adding a pipe organ to the mix. First, let's start color coding these, just to make it a little easier. Let's see. Let's do the pads. We'll do blue for these. Ten. 9. Do 9. Let's see. 10. Oops. It's supposed to be. We'll do purple for the organ. I'm going to do an organ, I think. I'm a sucker for a good organ. Let's do an organ. Let's see. I like my Spitfire organ. But do they have pitch bend? They do not have pitch bend, which makes sense because a pipe organ does not usually have pitch bend. So that means we're gonna have to go to good old Contact Factory library. Choir. Would choir have? No. Where would the pipe organ be? Why did I pick on strings? No. Organ. Here we go. Let's just see what organs they got. Ooh, I kind of like that. Huh. Sounds a little high-pitched for me, though. Let's see what other ones they got. Ooh. We can always filter some of that out. Kind of like that. I kind of like that too. The trumpets sound pretty strong. Ooh. That's a little strong. What are y'all thinking? Make it arpeggiated. I'm gonna do that. So that is step 3. We're gonna add some more movement. Right now we're just focusing on a nice morphing background. So there are going to be more interesting parts to this. But first, I do gotta figure out this morphing chord. 23, can't say it's a relaxing atmosphere. It's a bit tense. Yes, very true. Although I never said I'd be creating a relaxing atmosphere. Let's try this one. That's the one. I like that one, but let's see here. Do that. And we'll do options, pitch bend was down 3 for this first one, right? Damn it. Damn it. All right. So the idea was to morph gradually from a sound that was dominated by this to a sound dominated by this. But I actually really like that composite sound. Screw it. All right, let's just try how this is gonna sound. We'll still add a little bit morphing. Let's do, you know what, let's actually remove this. Drag this down since it's already got I like that quite a bit, actually. Find 4, flat out. Close enough. Then we'll duplicate this for C3. that. And this one needs 5. Pitch bend range of 5. There we go. Let's fix this one because it's the shift button. Hold the shift down to get more fine tuning. I like that. It's a bit heavy, but I've got an idea now. So here's my idea. I'm going to alternate the morphing quality not just between which sounds are dominant, but which registers are dominant. So like for the first half of each phrase, we'll have the strings and upper voices being dominant while the organ and the lower voices be dominant. And then in the second half of the phrase, we'll have it swap to the point where the organ is the dominant voice in the upper voices, but the strings are the dominant voices in the lower basses. And these pad Bs will remain constant throughout all, just to create a little bit of an anchor. All right, that's the idea. Let's put this here. Now, getting this to work will be another issue entirely. All right. So I'm thinking. All right. So I gotta think this through. I am trying to balance the idea of getting inspired by crazy stuff and trying to keep in mind that I don't want to be sitting here for 7 hours today. Let's see. It's like Lingo fan, sounds like the keys in House of the Rising Sun. Oh, I think you're right. That organ does bring in a little bit of that quality, doesn't it? All right. So pad Bs are going to remain constant. Let's see here. We're going to organize these. So that each of the pads, like pads, are together. So here's what we're going to do. At a volume. Each phrase is about 22 measures long. So we'll say about every 11 bars. We'll say actually. So this goes from bar 3 to bar 24. So it's 24 bars, 22 bars. Let's see, divided by 2 is 11. It's obviously 11. I knew that much. My brain is just a little fried. So 1, 2, 3, 4. About 4 we'll stop. We have 2. There we go. We'll say we'll go down to about -10. Shall we? We'll pop this in here. And then we'll do... Let's see. So we're doing the upper voices here. So what was my plan? I wanted the second half of the phrase to be bottom heavy with the organs a little bit. So these will come down. Let's just try it this way. We'll try. What happened? Ah, everything got huge. There we go. And then, so that's these pads. So let's do the opposite for these pads, where we will start at -10. And then we will go up. Starting here is where it'll start moving up. And then when we get here, this one will be to 0. And we will very simply copy and paste this one to each of these. And let's see how this sounds. All right, I think that works so far. Then we can take this little thing and we'll just kind of create a continued morphing quality. So every, what was it, 4 bars? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that sounds about right. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we will just repeat this little shape. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Until we're done. Now I might add a third pad. I'm thinking some choir, actually. What are you guys thinking? Adding some choirs to this and have another morph? Make it even the more complex of a timbre? Because again, a lot of what this piece is going to get its variety from is going to be just how these chords are transforming through time. So here, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Paste this. That. Paste that. Delete this. Paste that. Delete this. Paste that. See here. Okay, so yes, add choirs. I think so. Ooh. Yep. 1 second. I'll answer your question in just a moment, 23. I want to hear how the pitch shift sounds. All right, so we got a basic idea. Let's add choir. All right, one more pad, one more choir pad, and then we'll be good. All right, let's use a Museo library. I love Museo's choirs. See here, but 23. You said, why do you want this to be exactly 6 minutes? Sorry if you answered already. I've been traveling around and missing bits. I've been on both sides of 2 towns riding buses this whole stream. Really? All right, good for you, man. Thank you. Glad you're still staying on. It's 6 minutes to celebrate 6 years. 1 minute for every year. Last year, I did a 5-minute long piece of orchestral music. This year, I'm doing 6 minutes of kind of like an atmospheric piece. Just because I can, because it's fun. Let's do Museo. Waiting for Museo Connect. Let's see choir. I like Voxos. Let's do... Let's do an ensemble. Not chords, ensembles, not octaves. Ah, here's the tricky part, though. Is Voxos, is Museo gonna be as easy to control pitch? I don't know. So the pitch wheel definitely works. Settings. System downloads. Instruments. How do I do this? I don't know if I can actually control, which is a shame because I love these libraries. I love these libraries a lot. They were featured very heavily in my Skyrim tutorials. Don't think I can. Which is unfortunate. At least not long enough that I can, not simply enough that I can just do it right now. I've already spent so much time on these. So let's try good old factory library. Oh, vowel morphs. I like this idea. Adding another morphing quality to the mix. Let's see how this sounds. It's taking a little while. Let's see what happens. How long has this stream been so far? Okay, we're on 2 hours. Oh, I can feel it sitting in my chair. Go double checking real quick. Make sure nothing's happened on my phone. Let's see here. Nope, all good. Well, here we go. So then how does it change? Ooh, we will be using that. Let's turn off the reverb though, because we're gonna add that ourselves. All right. So let's do. There we go. All right, so here we go. The B pads are constant. They don't change. These are our very, very simple string pads. They remain constant and form the foundation of our sound. We could probably make them actually a little softer. Wrong button. Keep hitting that wrong button out of reflex. Our next one is going to be our choir. Now, our choir will start off the loudest, and then we'll transform into the organ, and then we'll transform into the strings. So if each bar is 22, each phrase is 22 bars. About every 7 bars, we want to have a new top dog. So we'll say 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So about end of measure 9. It's about where we want this to be down. So we'll say we're up for 4 bars, or up for 3 bars, down for 2, down for 4. We'll say minus 13. Then this one will be 3. The 0. All right. Copy and paste that. This. Oof, where we go? Wrong ones. Go. This is D4. Sorry, y'all. I know I'm being very quiet right now. I've got it's kind of focusing a little bit. So let's see how it sounds with the choir and then the strings. And then let's actually do, forgot to do the morph. Got it. All right, which one was? Let's see here. All right, so the morphing happens through modulation. So we'll do modulation data every 22 bars or so. And then 22 to 33. Let's copy and paste all this. There we go. And then we will copy and paste all of that. For each of these choirs, so that we have the gradual morphing quality for each. See here, make sure. All right. So the next champs are going to be our organs. Organs are going to need, if this is down by measure 10, this needs to be up by measure 10 to 0. Let's delete that. Drag this over here. Set it to 0. And if this starts morphing at 6, we want this to start morphing at 6. Have this be minus 12 again as well. All right. Have this. Copy and paste this to all of these. Make sure this is working. This one here. Then let's listen to this as it morphs and transforms. Then this one is up for 3 bars before we come down for another 4. All right. Wait, where were we? It was 4 bars. No, it was 3 bars. Where was it? Upper 3, then transitions for 4, right? How long was our choir on? 1, 2, 3. All right, yeah, so 3 measures on, then 4 bars transition. Then that was minus 12. that. And then the last one is if we're at 17, at measure 17, we want our weird strings, alt string library to be maxed out. See here, 0. And then it would take 4 bars. So over here, we would have -12. So I'll pop this here. Aha, where is it? There we go. So I'm wondering why my short keys weren't working. See here. Now let's listen to this gradually morphing timbre. There we go. All right. There we go. Then we need to have this be on for 3 bars before it comes back down again. Then for 4 bars until it's back down. To -12. All right, so then this brings us here. We want our choir to be back up on top again. Zero, which means for 4 bars earlier, got this whole thing going on. And then we have 3 bars. 1, 2, 3 before it comes back down. And then this entire pattern will just repeat until it's over. Get this. Make sure everything is good. And then I'm going to go for a quick restroom break. Well, y'all get to listen to the whole thing. Then after this, we'll add a little bit of reverb. Before, and filter a little bit just to make sure it all sounds like it's from the same space. So then it was... So these were first. No, these were constant. Choir is strongest first. Then comes these pads. No, it's the organ pads. Let's find out. So here, this is where the strongest needs to be. If it starts here, there we go. There we go. Take all this. Why is my... There we go. That. Take this. And right there. And then we won't need that whole thing. All right. Then, yeah, let's give this a listen to for a quick phrase. Excellent. So now let's create a quick reverb channel. Nothing crazy. Set this to 100%. We say like a 3-second tail. Make it pretty big. Give it a nice warm sound. And then let's pull up the mix console. We're just gonna send all these bad boys Let's say we'll send about just a little bit. Oops. If I take Q-Link. Let's see how this sounds. Well, let's add a just a little bit of lower. All right, I have some ideas I'm gonna write down real quick. What else is it? Let's see here. Ah, yes. And then one last thing I want to do here. I want to take all of these a little more time. Just a little entrance. Just to create a slightly gradual feeling. In fact, let's actually see how long this takes. How this sounds with just these guys. To see if I think this is too long. All right, I like that. But let's do it from here so it doesn't start completely at silence. And then we'll do here. Do this here. And then, like I said, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, stretch my legs a bit, because I have been sitting for quite a while. Well, y'all get to listen to the whole thing. Oops, just these. All right. Collapse all of these. This doesn't do it, and I will say here. Be right back. Listen and share ideas in the comments. All right. Smiley face. Add a smiley face there. I will be right back, my friends. right. All right, I'll be honest, that was not completely fortuitous timing. I was just pacing back and forth for a little bit, stretching my legs, listening to it on the monitors. I think it's coming along pretty nicely. We've got the first 2 steps down pretty good. Oh, wow, let's see what we got here. All right, lots of comments. I'll speak to everyone. Opinions. Is anyone here? Ah, you have some people here. Steve, excellent. Honest opinions only what piece? This one, or yes, this one. All right. There we go. Thank you. Could use some more unique background sound, I think. Birds chirping. For me, it lacks movement. Oh, yeah, so it does lack movement. That brings us to part 3. Remember, so all of this so far what we've done is we've done step 1. Step 1 was creating the actual ambient soundscape. All right, that's this part. All right, if you remember, we started off with just a simple field recording. We filtered it a little bit, and we added some reverb. In fact, something I would like... You know what? No. I was going to say I wanted to tune it. I wanted to use some comb filters to add, like, say, let's do 3. Let's do number 2. Let's do a notch filter. I'm going to say, let's do, like, tune it like an A minor chord. Do like an A, so that was A, C, and then do an E. So that we have like a naturally pitched A minor chord in here. It'd be very subtle though. And then I'd have to change it. Well, maybe. We might come back to that. I like the idea of having this have something else I was thinking about doing was having the high cut change. You know, something like that. Let's make sure that didn't change anything in the automation. It did not. Good. There's a lot of stuff we could do. We are limited by the fact that this is all done live. I can't spend as much time on this piece as I would like. So then step number 2 was creating a morphing chord backdrop. All right, started with very simple harmony. Then selected multiple drones, instruments / synths to perform the chord progression. Use fade-ins, volume, crossfades to create the illusion of a morphing quality to the sound. Now, something else we could do, actually something we will do real quick, is we can pan these out a little bit more. Pan 1 is going to be left, we'll say left 80. Left 80, we will say pad 2 will be left 40. Will be right 40. And right 80. So we'll listen to these. Then we'll add the panning to this one. Left 70. Left 30. Right 30. And these are just kind of quasi-random sound areas. To help flesh it out a little bit more. So this is all just the atmospheric backdrop. This is literally all background what we've been creating. Step 3 is where we can start experimenting with some motivic ideas and structures. All right, so this, Tamashi, is where we're going to be adding movement. Like you were saying, it needs movement. So now we need some kind of interesting sounds. We're not going to come up with a melody because it's not really a melodic genre, at least not my intention. My intention is not for this to be a melodic genre. But we can use some repeating rhythmic ideas. First things first, I think it'd be really nice to have something to count the beat and the bass line. Let's see here. Piece for me, like movement. It's missing something. It's Steven's World, kind of cliche. It is a little cliche so far. I'm writing it live. It's gonna be cliche. I'm relying entirely on cliches. I'm relying entirely on cliches and what's the other thing? I'm sorry, my brain is tired right now. I'm relying entirely on cliches and kind of like template basic ideas. If I were trying to reinvent the wheel and create something brand new and groundbreaking, I probably wouldn't be doing it live. How is it showing 11 watching? I'm seeing 9 people right now. We've had a couple people come up and down. I think the peak so far was about 20 people on all at once. It's a long stream. It's going to be a little bit. SD Sheridan, sorry I can't show up. I am at work. You have my congratulations. Thank you. No worries, my friend. Yeah, there is no pressure to attend these things. I just do them kind of for fun for the people who can show up. But yes, it's going to be a little while longer. So we have an idea so far. We've got our backdrop. Now it's time to start actually... Let's collapse this. In fact, let's put all of this in one spot together. Morphing chords. Now let's start having some fun. This one I am going to use Museo. Because I remember from the Skyrim videos, Museo has some really cool instruments. I want to use their glass marimba. Soft mallet. Is it muted? It is muted. Let's do that. Just something on the beat. Use these as a reference. We'll do A, and then this one is D. And then this one was B, diminished. And then we're back to A again. Let's just do on the beat now, for now. I just want to hear how the chord change sounds. Then we'll add some more stuff. A little tricky. But it doesn't go that low. Oh, you know what? What's going on here? Let's check what the bass line is here. So if we just did that. Get rid of the D here. Repeat the A. Create a little of a soft pedal point, just as our foundation. Inviction, that transition was fire. Awesome, thank you. I really liked the idea of using the pitch shift on these. So if you are just joining, because this has been like 3 hours at this point, a 3-hour stream so far. If you'll notice, if we look at these pedal points, nope, wrong one. All of them are using pitch shift. You can see the pitch shift data down here. So it's all one pitch that's being pitch shifted to create the new areas. Across 2 bars. All right. So now let's create a more interesting motivic idea. And we'll layer them. Where are my chords? Why are my chords not playing? right, so let's try creating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's make a weird length for our phrases. We'll pop this up an octave. All right, so that doesn't work because it doesn't go that high. So what if we just did chordal tones instead? That works. I don't know if I like it on the glass marimba. And then what measure does our chord change? So our chord does not change until 25. So what we might end up doing is a very gradual incremental complexity where each 6 bars or so we add a new motivic idea. We could add a little more movement. Boom. What if we went up? What if we did this instead? Every 2 bars it changes. Same chord, just slightly different. That could work. And then we're gonna have to get another instrument in here. Because this glass marimba is quite limited. In range, at least. Hey, what's up, Paul? How's it going? Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you very much. I was wondering when you were going to get on here. You and Carl usually show up. Let's see here. We want... let's see here. What do we got here? I want some weird instruments. Let's try world. What's this? Oh, gotta unmute it. So that's a drum. I want something with a little bit more... I want something with a little more pitch. No worries, man. No worries. Glad you could stop by. Who was that? Nah, it's not it. No, I'm glad you could. It's always cool to see you guys stop by. Let's see here. Ah, what about... What's this? Nope. Let's try the kalimba. Yeah, I like that one. I like the kalimba. Let's try the kalimba next. Oh, yo, I'm starting to feel it. Been sitting in this chair for 3 hours. Let's try it. Let's take this into the kalimba. Hey, you hung out with Zach this weekend? Oh, nice. He stayed the whole time, so it must have been okay. That sounds good. For those of you who don't know, Zach is my brother. Paul is my cousin. As you can probably tell by the same last name. Let's see here. Oh yeah, it's good that Zach was able to stop by. I actually haven't seen him in a little bit. There we go, 1 second. Let me... What's the other kalimba sounds on this? I don't know. I think I liked that better in the glass marimba. Not really. See, you know what? Let's try a Celeste. I like the idea of a nice clear bell instrument. Keeps muting. That sounds a little much. Mr. Rogers. I like that one. Let's download this one. I freaking love Museo. I really, really do. You'll see all of these instruments they got. It's like $10 a month. It's insane. I freaking love these guys. Yeah, we'll wait for this to download a little bit. Nah, stop that, Paul. Stop it. Oh, let's see here. What kind of instruments do you guys think I should try? I feel like I want to try a couple bell instruments, and then I'm thinking about a couple. I'm thinking of what's it called? Not the kalimba, not Celeste. It starts with something. Dulcimer. I'm thinking about using a dulcimer of some sort. Trying to think of which ones I used for the Skyrim tutorials. Because those were fun. Let's see here. All right. Got a little bit left. While we wait on this. Glittery synths. See, that's the thing. So, I want to use a synth. I've got two thoughts right now. One, I've got my brain saying that I should sit down and I should make a synth for this. Then I have the other part of my brain that's tired and have been on a stream for 3 hours so far and still have at least another hour to go, saying, don't do that. That will just add a lot more time because I don't like using presets for whatever reason. I like to make my own synths when I make them. That would make so long. Violins 1 and Asana. Some pizzicato strings would be nice. And ear candy. Yeah, we're working on... Ear candy isn't really that common in this genre. Like the fast-moving like scales and glissandi, that's not as common for kind of a low-energy kind of idea here. It wouldn't be unheard of. Let's try this. There we go. I like that a lot better. Let's start from the top. See how this sounds. Let's actually get rid of these first 4. And bring in these a little later. What if we made this a 3-bar phrase instead? Make it a little less symmetrical, a little bit weirder. And it fits perfectly. That wasn't expected. And then if we did, instead of a kalimba, let's try dulcimers. Dulcimer and zither. I kind of like the hammer ukulele. I actually kind of like the zither instead. Let's try the zither. Ooh, Tamashi harp. That'd be an interesting idea. And we can change the rhythmic ideas each section. Let's see what comes naturally. Yeah, I agree, Tamachi. I will definitely be adding some synths, some effects to these. Alright, so let's try that. these. And then what happens? So now what if we did this? Let's listen to the basic ideas real quick. See what we think. So the tricky part with these rhythmic ideas is that they're going to get boring a lot faster than those chords. Those chords, since they have the morphing quality, they're going to get boring, obviously, but they won't be as repetitive as, say, the marimba and the kalimba, or the zither. Let's pan these a little bit. I think I'm being impatient. I need to give these time to breathe. It's an ambient piece. It needs to move slow. It's not going to be the same as the typical lyrical stuff I usually do. So let's stick to the phrases of 6. So this won't actually move in until here. Then this, I need to be patient. Two, three, 4, 5, 6. Here we go. Now let's listen to it from the top. Okay, so I missed the chord change. That's gonna change some things. That's actually gonna speed some things up a little bit. So the chord change is at 25. And we have the bars start at... All right, so let's actually see here. 25, so 8 bar phrases would be 24. So it's 25 bars that we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. The pitch shift is going to be throwing these things off a little bit. So we'll have the zither get softer and softer. And we'll have this idea slow down a bit. Huh. Why am I missing some things? Slow down the momentum a little bit. Let's slow down the momentum here a little bit faster. And then we'll pick back up in the new section. We'll rebuild. With the new chord. And then maybe we can change instruments a little bit or something. C's. See how this sounds. And then we'll start adding some reverb and delay and stuff to this stuff. I'm getting lazier and lazier, as you guys can probably tell, as the stream goes on. Oh, got some good questions, people. I'll answer them in a moment. Let me hear how this all sounds. So if you have questions, pop them in the comments now, because I'm going to do a question break in just a second. Not sure I like that. What if I made that idea more constant? What if I made this idea more constant? And let's voice lead this just a little bit. I feel like that jumps too high. Drop these a little bit. Feel like I don't like that high F, but you know what? We're stuck with it a little bit. All right, let's do some questions real quick. All right, so whatever instruments you choose, you can add sound effects to make it sound like a synth. I could, yes, that's a good point, Tamashi. And I will eventually. I'm going to add some reverb, nothing crazy, because I'm starting to run out of steam a little bit here, which makes sense. I'm coming up on 4 hours. But let's see here. Tasha, can you show us what effects you have? Not a lot loaded on this computer yet. I've been pretty lazy. I usually just use the stock plugins that come with Cubase, but I do have a lot of them from Native Instruments that I got in a complete package a couple years ago. So that'd be something. I'd have to download everything again though. Save this world. What if for the bass you could accentuate the hit with like a really distorted viola? That sounds interesting. I might consider something like a pizzicato string. What scale is this piece in? This piece isn't really in a scale. I'd say you could say it's a combination of A minor and A Dorian, because it goes A minor, A Dorian, but then B diminished, and then back to A minor again. So it's a little combination. It's a little weird. Chromatic, definitely. What if for the guitar, I don't know what the name of the instrument is, it's a zither, had delay that started at a very short time apart to make it feel like ripples. That could be fun. That'll be something we might explore with in just a little bit. Once we get the basic ideas. Once we get the basic ideas down, then we can start playing around with it. Inviction, what trick did you use for the melody on the glass marimba? You played the chord tones. Yes, pretty much. So this is more of like a chordal ostinato or a harmonic ostinato. I'm playing kind of arpeggios, which is chordal tones. So it started off as just an arpeggio, like an ostinato arpeggio. And then I harmonized it with chordal tones. Let's actually try dropping these down to A. What if I went down to D? I don't like that high F sharp. Do this. That, pop this in there. Two. Then start dropping the velocity again. Let's listen. See how the pitch shifts out. See here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See here. There we go. I think that's good. More questions. Tamashi, you should only make automation for master pitch and everything in the place will pitch shift at the same time. See, that's a good idea. Very clever. The issue is not all of the chord tones are pitch shifting by the same interval. So if we highlight these real quick, you'll see this top voice is going from C to A3. That's a minor third. But the mid voice is going from E to D. That's a major second. And then A to F sharp, that is another minor third. So yeah, unfortunately, and then that's just the first pitch. They all change a little bit here and there, which makes it just a little tricky to try and do everything. So down here from the E to C, that's a major third. And from A to E, that's a perfect fourth. So the fact that everything is changing by different intervals, that's what makes it tricky and why I had to pitch shift each thing individually. Desafortunadamente, unfortunately. But what if I tried adding... Let's listen to it again. Not sure how much I like that. Not sure how I like that playing through the pitch shift. I almost feel like I would rather have all the motifs come in and then fade out before the pitch shift, to give each one a little more autonomy. I'll go back to that in a second. First, let's do the comments. And of course, anybody, any ideas you have while we're sharing this? Paul, don't worry me too. I've had made 3 videos since I've had you on the background. Nice, dude. That's productive. Nah, I wish I could make videos as fast as you. It takes way too long for me to make them. Steven's World, how do you sound select? It depends. I'd say my live stream composing process, while it's kind of a good bare bones representation of how I write, it is by necessity very stripped back. Normally, I would spend a lot more time thinking about what story I'm trying to tell, what kind of effect I'm trying to have, and I would go through different options. Right now, I'm just going through past experience and saying, hey, that's a cool sound library. I'll use that one next. So it's not as quite precise as I normally would like to have. Tamashi, how many hours does it take for you to make a piece? That again, really depends. Right now, this piece is a genre I don't usually write in, so it's taking a little longer than I would like. But if it's a quick melody, if all I need to do is write a cool melody, it can be a matter of seconds. I've had full-length pieces done in less than an hour if all I had to do was sketch them. But again, it depends on how much time I'm able to spend ahead of time prepping, thinking, and brainstorming the personality I want for the music. 23, my phone is at 1%. Gonna have to watch the rerun for the rest of the stream when I get home tonight, unfortunately. No worries, my friend. Thank you so much for stopping by. Sorry, my wristwatch is going off. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you were able to you enjoyed it so far. Now let's see here. I want to try and here. I want to see if I can make this self-contained kind of phrase. If I repeat this idea, if I do, that would give me the 2 bars for the transition. If I move these up 2 bars, what if we just ended like this? And then we start back up over here. But down here, to emphasize the chord change, we can add another bass pedal down here. Here we are. Good. All right, so let's try this. Now let's try it from here. I like the idea of fading out. I don't like it. I don't know. This could also just be me being tired. That's the crazy part about all this. Is I'm trying to keep fresh ideas coming after what is this, like 4 hours? Coming up on 4 hours, yeah. Euthymania, my friend, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Glad to have you here. No worries. We've gotten quite a bit done, and yet have so much more left to do. I feel like a new idea needs to come in. Yeah, I feel like this requires a new idea. Try that. It's a little high. Let's try. Why is that not that working? Let's drop these actually. This is the Celeste, right? All right. I guess that's the range for this Celeste. Usually they can go an octave below low C. Here we go. So we got the basic pattern here. I think it's 16th notes. Let's see here, 16th notes. Bring this actually down a little bit. This idea going. Super repetitive, which is the name of the game for now. Let's see what else comments we got here. Paul, so what type of video is this exactly? I've been listening, but you know me, I know nothing about music. I do have a killer voice, though. I break windows, I am so good. Is that so? All right. Yeah, this is just kind of... the challenge is celebrating 6 years of the channel. And so what I did last year for the YouTube channel was for 5 years, I had to compose a 5-minute long piece of instrumental music completely live. So now we're trying a piece of electronic music for 6 minutes long. Again, the challenge is to do everything live. In fact, let's start. Let's send some of these things to the reverb just a little bit so we can have the same kind of space. We'll keep it low. a low amount of reverb, but should be enough to just kind of give us a bit more space. So all of this started from scratch, including downloading the original Park background noise from YouTube and then altering it. Hey, welcome back from Flamery. So preliminary, what did I miss? All of this, but that's all right. I've been doing for like 4 hours, so it's a little hard to like summarize everything. Right now, I will say what we have done is step one, we created the actual soundscape, which is where we took this idea from YouTube, this little field recording. We applied a little bit of a filter and some reverb and created just the backdrop. Then from there, we recreated these morphing chords, where I have a very slow moving chord progression. And I split it across 4 different paths. One is just simple strings that remain constant. The other is choir, which comes in and out. Another one is an organ that comes in and out. And the final one is some alt strings by Venus Theory. Also, again, coming in and out. The idea being that at any given time, there is a different dominant timbre. So right now you can tell by the shape of the volume that the dominant timbre is these alt strings, these top pads. And as these come down, the choir is going to start becoming more prominent. We'll listen for that. And then we have some pitch shift into the next chord, while the organ is going to begin to become the most dominant sound in our morph. So now, combine the two. We are now trying to create what I believe is the trickiest part of all this. Because I am a very melodic composer. Trying to come up with some simple repeating motifs that don't get too repetitive and too annoying too quickly. Let's see here. I feel like the Celeste needs some reverb or something. I've got reverb on it. Let's try adding a little bit more, though. What if we brought this one back quicker? And then this one is a... What if we brought it back much quicker than that? I like the idea of doing that. So what if we brought the motifs back much quicker? And then had them start to fade out a bit. Yeah, what if we brought them in only to have them fade back out again more gradually? I like that idea. Then we could have just a little bit of time with just the chords again. Because again, the name of the game is simplicity today. I'm not trying to break new ground. I'm not trying to create a new style or a new sound or create the best piece I've ever written. I'm just trying to finish the challenge, if that makes sense. Thanks for stopping by, Steven. Yeah, definitely not EDM. Just a little bit more. What is that weird? We slowed this down a bit. Then, what if we brought it back later on? Here. At this point, I'm just kind of spitballing ideas, people. I'm not gonna lie, my brain is kind of fried. Been live for about 4 hours so far. Let's listen to it from the top, shall we? Let's listen to the top and see if anybody has any ideas or recommendations. Paul says, kind of giving me an NF vibe. Oh, like the rapper? If you know who that is, he's from Michigan. Yes, I do know who NF is. He's on my workout playlist. Interesting. Let's listen to this real quick, shall we? From the top. Ugh, I'm getting sick of it already. Let's listen to it and just see if any inspiration strikes. If not, unfortunately, I might just call it defeat. Let me unplug my phone real quick. You guys are gonna hear that. Might call it a day and maybe hopefully try to finish on another live stream because we've got plenty coming still. Give my ears a break. Come back fresh. I think I've been rushing this entire thing. I've been treating it too much like a melodic piece. When introducing the ideas much slower, it's helped quite a bit, actually. So what if we brought this in 4 bars later? This from coming down to just yet. Hey, what's up, Carl? Welcome. All right, y'all. I'm a level with you. I hate everything about this. Now, what that usually means is when I hate my own music, it usually means I need a break. All right? That's pretty typical. That happens pretty typically. You're always on every project you work on. You're gonna reach a point where you're like, I just freaking hate this. All right? You've heard the same thing over and over and over again. It's not really changing, making tiny little changes here and there. It's part of the job. All right? Now, I have been live here for coming up on 4.5 hours. So here's the deal. All right? I think I'm going to call it here. All right? But we won't be done yet. I'll work on this again. Not this Friday, because this Friday is obviously the live feedback stream. But next Friday, I will be back to this piece, and we will continue working on this until we finish it. I won't work on it in the meantime. I won't make any changes. I'll make sure that everything is 100% live. But I do want to make sure that I end up creating a piece that I can be happy with. If not proud of, at least happy with. All right? Satisfied. Content, if you will. So I think I am going to call it here. so that I don't end up just trying to force myself to work through something and end up coming with something that I'm not going to really like. My ears are a little shot. I need to take a break. I need to refresh them up. I'll stay on a little bit if anyone has any more questions. All right. But in the meantime, thank you, everyone, again, for 6 years, which is just incredible. 6 years of these videos. And 30,000, hitting 30,000 subscribers just beforehand, too, is really cool as well. So, yes, there will be celebrations for 30,000. There's going to be a cool couple live streams coming up for that. I think right now the idea I'm going with is going to try and create 30 melodies in 1 hour, which I'm pretty positive I could do. And then, obviously, yes, there's going to be the tortilla recipe live stream as well. Not a live stream, but there's going to be a video teaching a couple family recipes. All right? Sound good? Hey, thanks for stopping by, Carl. I'm glad you're able to stop by as well. And yeah, I think we will call it here. Yes, I usually schedule every single Friday at 3 p.m. Detroit time or Michigan time. All right. But yeah, so usually they aren't this long though. So I'm going to thank everyone who stopped by. Don't forget about all the sales on my website going on to celebrate 6 years. I need to go stretch my legs. So thank you, everybody. I will see you all probably Friday for the live feedback stream. All right. See ya.